Good morning. 8 o'clock. Central Standard Time. All times here are Central Standard Time. And welcome to my virtual trading journal. The purpose of this is to capture, I believe that journaling is very important, but I don't multitask well, so the point here is to capture my video on my two primary trading screens and then rely on my narration or this voiceover to give some insight as to what I was thinking at that time when I do or do not trade. There's obviously this is the typical disclaimer, right? There's not for financial or trade advice. There's a disclaimer in the description here, and pay attention to that because it's important. I'm not monetized in any way, so click a like or sub or whatever, that'd be cool. Drop something in the chat to let us know if you're around. And again, it is my virtual trading journal. I stream it live to YouTube so that I can review it on any device, which is really handy. I don't have to be standing here. And also it provides the ultimate transparency and accountability. Any trade I take in these accounts are on the stream only, and that's why the stream is so long. I start now at 8 o'clock in the morning for the pre-market and go through 1500 every day from Monday through Friday. And so any trade, manipulation of stops, targets, anything is recorded by Bookmap and is glaringly visible on the screen, as is the P&L and ticks up here at the top, etc. So, yeah, welcome to the stream. Read the disclaimer, and let's get on with it. Again, this is all. It's Friday morning. I should have said that. I guess the 11th of July, and all times that I refer to or that you see on the stream are Central Standard Time. Let's look at the numbers. Well, this is Financial Juice. This is the free version. There's the URL. Anybody can do this. Here are the numbers for the day. Really nothing particular, except these things right here. That seems to be the key risk to the markets at this point. Any involvement with that guy or the administration can be huge. Last night being a perfect example. This was a random, out of no place tweet. We're going to tear off a bunch of people and do this and do that. Now that's huge. That's 24 to 85, so 40, damn near 50 handles across there in the ES. It was over 100 in the NQ. So I would say then that the risk to the market is definitely an unknown. These are we do have the Baker Hughes rig counts and some important things that used to be watched closely and have impact. But I think everybody has realized now that we've got one risk essentially that's primary. Obviously, if there's a if the Powell is speaking, or we have a key economic indicator coming out, that could be important. But yeah, anyway, all right, let's mosey on to the pre-market here. So here is the overnight. There was where we were, and here's where the announcement came out. Now, we did recoup a little bit back and trade it off again. So at this moment, we would look to open gap down at this if we open right here. And I will talk about that a little further. The way my charting works, this is IRT. This is the E-minis, the NASDAQ mini. This is the micro composite chart for the E-mini, S&P. These are, it's real, nothing is complicated or magical to do with any of my charting or my numbers. This stuff is all math and statistics. This is the RTH trading session. These are daily bars. Wherever price overlaps, I draw the volume profile around them. In so doing, it creates a micro composite VPOC. These red and green lines that you see are the high and low volume nodes for this volume profile. And these red and green lines are pushed to bookmap. I'll show you that in a minute. This is an important volume profile here. This is the volume profile going back to September 7th, 2021 for the corrected, the adjusted or corrected contract. And you notice where we are. Yes, we are all-time highs. It was 33 quarter, and then they took it up a couple of notches yesterday, I guess, or the day before. No, yesterday, that's right. And this is the market profile. I also plot and track for other reasons, the micros. Same exact setup for the micros. Now, in addition to the red and green or high and low volume nodes, I push the session prices for the ES and the NQ, and et cetera, to bookmap, and I share those with anybody that needs them. And here we have our bookmap. Now, this is the micro composite column. You can see all the different things that have occurred and important levels. And my workflow is that when these are live, the text is white or red. And when they are not active any longer, I switch the text to black. And then in the weekend, I usually take the stale ones off the chart. This was taken out yesterday. This was the naked volume point of control from the 3rd, and this was a kind of a strange situation because I typically scrub the data completely on any of these half or partial days, but we put in a new all-time high, which was 33 and change, 33 quarter, if I'm not mistaken. On that day, in that morning on the 3rd. So this was the naked volume point of control, and here was the all-time high at that point. Now, we just exceeded that yesterday to here, so that's why you see the date encoded for the 10th of July, 2025, and that's how I do it. These are the high and low volume nodes which push from IRT. This is the full session volume profile, which started plotting at 1700 last night and will continue through 1600 today. Regular trading session hours, or RTH volume profile, which will reset this morning at 8:30. It's not playing nice. It should be automatic, but I oftentimes have to do it manually for some reason. And this is my notes column, which is pretty important to me. The first thing I do is change the title of this column to the expected open type. And how do I determine that? Well, it's real simple. There's only 2 criteria. Where will we open today in the RTH as it relates to the previous RTH close right here and the previous RTH range right here? So if we opened at this price right now, we would open lower than the close and out of range. So this open type would be lower out of range. So I changed that to exactly the same, those things. right? And the reason I do that here is because on screen snaps or the stream or whatever, I can see that designation and gives me a lot of data immediately. Now, the determining the open type also dictates which statistics we will look at and apply to these session prices. These are the session prices, which are pushed from IRT to Bookmap. And these lines just represent the price, right? The same as the flag. There's no indicators on Bookmap or IRT. There is POC for both full RTH and full session. POC is nothing magic. It's just marks the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. That's it. Right now, 62.90 is the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the full session since 1700 last night. The split second that one of these other prices says 45.37, this line is going to move there. That's all there is to it. Then I have the VWAP, or volume weighted average price, for both RTH and full session, or Globex. The mid for only the RTH. And some levels that confuse some folks is the IB high and low. The IB is an old market profile acronym for initial balance. What these two levels really represent: nothing more than the high and the low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. That's it. Once we open, these will start moving around with price up and down. And at 9:30 Central Standard Time, they'll start moving. That's all there is to it. The rest of the levels are self-explanatory. So there you go. Now, the workflow I've been doing here on the Bookmap is I mark the session start, and then I try to keep the entire session visible until we approach a level where I am planning to interact or to engage with the market. Right now, I'm betting the IB trades, which are the IBC and F, and I'm resisting the temptation to trade other setups because I want to make sure I do this properly. So let's look at the let's look at those statistics. Now that is also not mysterious, very simple, and very, very directly driven by statistics and math. Here's the study. There's only 4 types: gap down, gap up, and the 2 insides. Yesterday we opened higher in range. IRT does highlight the open type column after we open, of course. So today we're looking to open lower in range. And the way this works is very simple. The study looks back at 2,009 days, roughly 2,000 days. Of these 2,000 days, we opened lower out of range 285 of those days. Of the 285 days, price revisited the overnight volume point of control 79.6%. Oh, wait a second. Hold the phone. I changed this last night at somebody's request. I need to switch this back to the ES. There we go. Oh, I didn't think that number looked right to me. And I was right. It did not. I had changed this to the NQ. Somebody asked me a question. So, same exact idea. It's just a different instrument. We opened 292 times, and the study looks back at 2,000 days, short 2, right? So of these 292 days, the overnight volume point of control was revisited 82.9% of the time. Overnight volume point of control, 89.2. Boop, that's all there is to it. And now I will just go down the list and enter those statistics. The overnight low is 69.5. And I knew I had that off. By one ticky. Sticky ticky. The IB high is 69.5. So here's our IB high. Now this is a good one to be sure you understand how I do this. 69.5. And I put in the IB high initial because, remember, this marks the high and low of the first 1 hour of the RTH session. So the second that the RTH session opens, this flag is going to move there. And this statistic is going to be sitting out in open space, and I'm going to wonder what the hell that was. So I put the initial there. So there's no question. Overnight mid is 68.8. And where did our overnight mid go? Right up here, I'm guessing. No, that's settlement. Ooh. Where did the overnight mid skedaddle off to here? Ah, it's right under here, under the developing value area high. Okay. So this is 68.8. Okay. Previous low, 67.8. These gap, now obviously, lower out of range is a gap, right? So we are going to be opening gap down, assuming that we stay where we are in the next, 15 minutes or less for the open. What else we got on here? Previous low, IB low is 60.6. Now that's that is a pretty far cry because that should be a long way here. And right under the previous low. Okay, well, we won't bother with that one. You see the green lines here and the fact that it says IB low over here. It's right under the previous low. And that's correct because we didn't do anything. What else we got? Overnight high is 34.2. So those are the statistics that I will stick with so far this morning. One more thing I'm going to do here is I work gaps based on range, not open, close, that kind of thing. So, well, to the open it will be. So the previous low is going to be my gap high here. And the way I do those is this. Gap high, 10.07.25. There we go. Now, I know where that gap high is. Is that right? 62.96. Yep. Okay. And whenever we open, that'll be the gap low, assuming that we open lower than where we are. And then all rules will be off if it's not a gap. Okay, so that's that. Now it's pretty important to, we're coming up on 8:20, and that's when I always do a snap for the TLab. What is the TLab, you ask? Well, it is a bookmap Discord chat room started by a fella named Tom B, and he continues to lead and direct that, or whatever you say. He is a professional trader, and I believe successful one, with about 46 years of experience. Now, he doesn't trade live. nor does he call trades. And he certainly doesn't post his, broker statements or whatever. But I believe him, and I believe that he is a successful, active, live trader, So some of the key things about the Traders Lab that I think are important to understand. Boy, I'm sick of that damn thing. The first is absolutely nothing is for sale, or will you ever be solicited? Well, ever is a pretty long word there, but you know what I mean. And you don't even have to be a subscriber to Bookmap in order to take advantage of it. What you do have to do, of course, is join the Bookmap Discord server, and there's a link to that in the description here. And then navigate your way to Traders Lab Tom B. There's the snap I just put in, and this is a snap that I've been doing for, years, I guess, to kind of give traders that don't have the similar charting all the numbers that they would need to, or that they might find important. So there you go. It's the only site that I do recommend, even on the Bookmap Discord area, because I haven't been to them all, and I think there's a lot of them. There's two others that I did visit, and they were typical. There's about the third word out of the guy's mouth. They were trying to sell you something, which is perfectly fine. No problem with that whatsoever. And if Bookmap wants to support them, that's great too. It's their site, for Christ's sake. But it's not interesting to me, and I don't want to appear that I'm recommending somebody that's flogging stuff, right? And in Tom's case, and in the case of the TLab, that does not happen. So there you go. And there's that's how that works. Now the next, moving on from the Traders Lab and the pre-market here, the next thing that's pretty important to do is be able to trade, right? Isn't that the point? So the first thing you need to do with Bookmap is click this little padlock right here and activate the trade control panel. Then you select the way you want to interact with Bookmap to trade with your mouse. There's three choices: chart, dome, and both. If you choose chart, you can only trade with your mouse in this active data column. If you choose dome, you can only trade with your mouse in the dome columns. And guess what? If you choose both, both of them. There you go. I also have my keyboard set up with hotkeys and you can execute with your keyboard in either of the three options. However, the focus of the computer must be on this application for your keyboard to work. And that's not a bug or anything. That is exactly the behavior of any Windows program. If I have my mouse click somewhere over on Investor RT, and that's where the focus of the computer is, and then my eyes look over at Bookmap and I see a potential trade and try to enter it with my keyboard, it ain't going to happen. It's going to do something over, the keyboard is going to have whatever effect there could be on IRT. So that's perfectly normal. The next thing I need to do in my particular case is activate the multi-brackets. And I use a risk-neutral trading philosophy and package. In this case, this is the minimum package size because they need to be even numbers. So this is 2 lots. The stop for the entire package is at one location. In my case, I've chosen 12 ticks here with 3 points. And then the risk-neutral scale, the first T1 target or risk-neutral scale, is at the same amount of ticks as is the stop and for half of the package. Then there's a runner. A 4 lot, 4 contracts, same stop, half the package, positive, same number of ticks as the stop, then a couple of runners. Real simple. The key to this is that the minute you achieve the risk neutral scale, the worst you can possibly do on the trade is scratch, which is a huge relief psychologically to newer traders, or, you know, a lot of people, me for sure. Rod in the TLab, who's a really good trader. That's something I forgot to mention about the TLab. There's a really good crew of people over there, and they treat it as a business, not like a romper room. You know, Rod, Lefty, Killaton, Antonio, Garrett, lots of them, whose names, Ned, whose names, you know, I don't want to slight anybody, and I'm not trying to, but I'm standing here without looking at the list, so just calling them off quickly. So that's another reason the TLab is a good spot to be. Rod is the reason it jogged my memory. Rod has now moved away after many years of the risk neutral system and is just trading. For example, if it's a 4 lot, he takes it to 1 or 2 of his targets. He doesn't do the risk neutral story. So, and that's working out well for him. And another thing I do here is do the multi-trading deal and activate that. And there's that. Okay, so I am now set up to trade both ways, the DOM or the live data column with the mouse. I confirm that my contracts are the right sizes that I've chosen, and then I click the button again. Stays green, padlock stays unlocked, but I get the real estate back. And since I have set up, thank you, didn't matter for telling me, since I've set up that the P&L on Bookmap is only calculated and tracked in ticks rather than dollars, I leave this panel visible because I don't believe you should trade your P&L. All right, we got 3 minutes to the open. We are trading down here, and more down here. The overnight volume point of control has shifted down. This will move down here pretty quick, and that means I'll need to move this down here, which I will do now. Okay. What have I forgotten to do now? Nothing. We're getting ready for the open. I've done the 2-lot package. I've done talked about all the risk neutral stuff. Excuse me, stuff. The news. This is not for financial advice. Yeah, here we go. Hook in and hang on, boys and girls. So I will get I put the stream up on my other machine. I have my monitors in my desk set up as 2 standing desks in an L. I've got a handful of monitors which are a 4-rack monitor set up in front of me, and then morning, everybody. Yeah, that's what it looks like to me. Gap lower. GA and yeah, here we go. So it looks like looks like the stream is trickling down a hill, all right, and I need to get my headset plugged into somewhere different so I don't hear myself talking. There we go. So we're going to open here in about a minute. I'll be cussing here in a second because the RTH is not going to reset properly. This big dump was all based on this tariff story, as I mentioned in the pre-market ideas, and you know, it should be no question in your mind as to what where that happened. So there we go. Hook in and hang on. At the moment, these are full session. After we open, I'll change all the charting to the regular RTH only by doing this. It's real simple. And then that keeps the value area low and high, properly related. Right now, the value area low and value area high represent the previous auction. So the previous auction from right now is, there we go, we're open, and we didn't reset, and yes, I'm pissed. There we go. So here we are. Now we're going to get the IB high and IB low. We'll shift down to these areas. I'll start tracking the migrating volume point of control right here. Well, that never moved. And I do that like this. The reason I track these, yes, the yellow brick road continues to plot all day, but pretty quick it'll scroll off the left of the screen. So I try to keep all the data that I think is important to trade right here on the hard right edge. I'm not saying I'm right, but that's how I do it. And that's the reason for these snap. Come on, you son of a bitch. That's the reason for these, for flagging this like this. Plus it draws my attention to it, you know. You can automate a lot of this stuff, but I think it's important, for me, it's important to think about it, you know, like the levels over here. Okay, now here's our open, right? So this is the gap low. For me, again, I work on range only. There we go. Okay. To rehash it a little bit. These are the micro composite columns from IRT over here. And now I need to change this to the RTH session only. I don't think I finished explaining that. Boy, we're off to a slow start because this is reacting really quick, and now there's a little bit of a lag going on over here. And I'll update the micros, because I do. I think I mentioned that I pushed these, come on. All right. I push these session prices, make them available to anybody in the TLab or Static or anywhere, or here. You know, if you want these, then let me know. They're automatic, then they're immediately pushed from my IRT. Now, Bookmap has a restriction in that the smallest or most frequent refresh time I'm able to set in a cloud note column is 1 minute. So, you know, if that's not fast enough for you, well, oops. And then, but I will say that these price lines here, which use the same data as the flags, this is an indicator you buy from Bookmap, and they were coded by whoever, and they refresh quicker than 1 minute. So here's our opening range. Boom, bitty, boom. What are we? You know, 4 handles so far. That's a lot, huh? We opened definitely lower. I'm not seeing previous over here for right here under, right here under the overnight mid. Previous RTHL is right here, so we've already closed the gap. So that's a non-starter if I'm not mistaken. Let's check. Yeah, there's the previous low. So as far as I'm concerned, we've already closed the gap. So that was a nothing burger. However, gap rules do say, whether that would be applicable today or not, I'm not really sure what to think about that. The workflow I have for the flags in this is when, as I think I mentioned in the pre-market, but in case not, I change the text color for any flag that has gone stale or been revisited to black. So I know it's not some thing to worry about. And then on the weekend, typically I take them off. There we go. All right. Well, no real news things today, but there weren't yesterday either. And there you go. Now, let's see here. Oh, go away. What I've been doing, I think I mentioned, is I put a vertical line at, or as close as I can get to the session open, and then I am able to keep the entire session visible on my screen, and I try to keep these about a handle wide if I can get them there. Yeah, gap rules. So if we close the gap relatively early in the session, and if we are accepted in previous days' range and especially value, there's an extremely high probability that we'll trade across the previous value area. We've done that and it's, I don't know the statistic. I shouldn't probably say it without knowing what that is, but it's in the high 90s, or in the 90s anyway, high 80s, 90s. So let's see now. Got them on RTH session. There's our open. Close the gap. Right now we're negatives across the board. As far as what's going on here, as far as our percent change, well, we're a 1% change positive on gold. So there you go. Safe haven. Risk off, I guess. Looks like a short would have been a good idea. Now, what I am doing presently is working on the IB trades. So I am not taking any trades which are not that. Yesterday was kind of disappointing because I didn't catch that, but and the IB again is the first 1 hour. So these flags will continue to move up and down until the IB sets, or 9:30 happens Central Standard Time, at which time the IB statistic comes to play. And then I am looking for one of two trades, the IB failure or the IB continuation. Typically, if we're in a rotational day, mean reverting, the IB failure is the trade because it is a mean reversion trade. This is only common sense. This is not, you don't need a pointy hat and a magic wand to do any of this stuff. And maybe some luck, if you happen to short the high, if you happen to get in a trade in the overnight, let's get over here a little bit. If you happen to get in a trade in the overnight last night and you shorted this for whatever reason, and this happened, that's luck. That isn't skill or anything else, So, and that's great. Good for you. But that's what it is. You also need to recognize that so that you don't think you're special, My philosophy is there are no missed opportunities. There is only the next one. And one of the fantastic parts of trading is it is a stream of opportunities. It is a random market. The outcome of the very next trade statistically is 50-50. It's binary. The market only goes up and down. We put horizontal movement on it with time. That's something we do. The market doesn't care about that. I mean, sure, market open, market close, okay. But it's a binary market, so it's like a coin flip. And after enough occurrences, the probability of 50-50 will work out. Therefore, you try to identify a setup, capture a statistical significant data set of that, and most importantly, the qualifying parameters that justify that entry, and then take as many of those as you can in the regular trading session. And you do all this homework away from the live market in your study period. So here we are. What is happening now? We don't have any news. Well. On the horizon. Here was the Baker Hughes rig count, WASDE report, whatever that is. And to be honest with you, I don't know what that is, and I'm not sure I've ever seen that before. I'll look it up in a bit. This is the financial juice. Now, I've noticed recently that when I start these, do my first post of the reports and stuff to the TLab, these Trump deals are not in the financial juice or on the news docket yet. But now I see this one here, this Navarro guy. Boy, there's an anomaly, that guy. Well, so these are things to watch, and this is 1600, right? So it's after the close. Fingers crossed it won't have a lot of impact. But I would say with all the uncertainty around tariffs and everything that we should expect some market moving tweets or conversation or something through the course of the day. That would be my guess. Okay, morning, Antonio. How is it, my brother? Tudo bem? Antonio's in Portugal. I lived and worked in Angola for a period of time, and it is also Portuguese speaking, so I hurt my friend Antonio's ears with my rudimentary Portuguese from time to time. Well, yeah, so far so good. Yesterday was kind of disappointing because I didn't get a trade and missed that. Didn't recognize the IB continuation properly. And it was a beauty. Was expecting or anticipating or had a bias configured for a IB failure. Right here. It did not come back and test. I'll cheat in my own favor there, but what a beauty, huh? No heat, no muss, no fuss. To all targets. So there we go. Now I'm going to try to see what happens here now. I'm sticking to the IB story. I'm going to try to make sure I get that. Yeah, well, pronunciation of two words is not exactly speaking a language. It's the vocabulary that matters. But thanks. I appreciate that. I've always felt I'm basically a lingual donut. Some people pick up languages like a sponge, right? But I do not do that, but I have an ear for the sound somehow. Other people have said that in Spanish and in also French, that my accent sounds good, but you just used all the wrong words or something like that, But I've always felt real remiss or real embarrassed about the fact, and it's an American problem, right? Not speaking a bunch of other languages. I mean, here you are from Portugal, speaking and communicating and typing and doing everything in perfect English. So when I was first living in St. Bart's, I recognized that ugly American concept, with we'd be at a restaurant or something and somebody'd come in there and just barking, hey, y'all get over here, and or some Texas guy or whatever. And I would just cringe thinking, oh God, please let me speak French. Didn't happen, but I could blub along a little bit. Well, we're selling down. If you got short, you're feeling pretty good about yourself. We've extended that IB low now a couple of more times, so I think the market is probably taking the impending tariff story to heart, where we've got our overnight low down here with a 69% probability. I am on the right screen. Yep, I am. Well, that's a miracle. And I've got the stream up and happening, so that's good. Okay. My work is done, children. Now I'm going to make a very strong attempt here, conscious effort, to trade what I see with the IB rather than yesterday when I very definitely shot myself in the foot, not flipping to that IB continuation to the upside. Antonio is also TLab GA. And as a matter of fact, it typically drops off for Tom's stream around 10:30. So yeah, I as you heard, if you did hear the pre-market and all that stuff, I always put a big blurb in there for the TLab and Tom and Static, of course, Rod and those guys, and then my snaps and those kind of things. The point is not to be any kind of competition or, any kind of weird thing like that. But, as Tom has suggested many times, narration is a really good thing to do. And that's what I do here with OBS. Because I am here doing it, and because I don't multitask well, I focus here. I find that if I'm busy reading chat stuff and typing and this and that and something else, then all of a sudden I missed something trading-wise, which is not the point. And the reason I do this, or that I originally chose this idea, or that it sounded good to me, let's put it that way when I heard about it, is I don't multitask well. And I believe journaling is important. So for me to be screen snapping and typing and doing all this stuff, even in my own journal, never mind a chat room, doesn't work as well. So this way, everything I see is captured automatically, and my voice over, which gives, I hope, insight as to what I was thinking, is captured. So all I have no excuse for being a dumbass when I miss trade. Maybe I better go back to typing, and I at least have an excuse. Well, they didn't quite get to that overnight low. Isn't that cute? That thing last night really pissed me off, Antonio. I had thrown on a one lot micro NASDAQ with TAM, and as you know, I have a TopStep X over here, and I mess with that. I haven't started that even this morning, to be honest about it. Well, there you are. We had put on along and went out to eat, went out to have dinner. We were up about 80 ticks, and all of a sudden we were stopped out, and wahoo, down she went. That was not a lot of fun. But it's a good learning experience, I guess, for her, that the market is random and uncertain. This was Canadian tariffs here. Okay, so let me see now. Get rid of this. This is a GA. This is the TopStep X, which I got a combine for this just to see what was going on some time ago when they first announced it or whatever happened. And this combine is $18 a month, so I kind of leave it open and mess around with it with my daughter and stuff. It's got a lot of rudimentary things, like this is how you have to do the volume profiles. And I realized that if I don't delete them like this, in the past, I get 1,000 lines across here and I can't make heads or tails of what the hell's going on. But anyway, there you are. That's that. And I've also poked around with looking at alternative ideas with the quant tower. And, oh yeah, sorry. Oops, I'm obviously not a professional at this. This is the TopStep X thing. And it's this X program X. And I Googled that actually to see more about it. It's an outfit in Florida. And I'm quite certain the same outfit that owns the white label for all the FX trading houses around. And they've now developed one for futures. And it's what everybody's moving to. It's what TopStep is moving to. That's why you get the TopStep X thing. It's a white label back end, and I'm sure got, they can set A books and B books and all that kind of stuff. And it provides its own data. That's why everybody's shitting themselves, because of the fact that TopStep is getting rid of Rhythmic, meaning then that you won't see anything that you're looking at right here. My IRT will be gone, as will Bookmap. So, a lot of people talking about that now. I've been a discussion early this morning with a guy in Static who's wondering what's up with that. Here we are, back at the middle again. Typically, I would be looking for, and I guess I could say that, a responsive maneuver, responsive profit taking one way or another against the overnight if we've gotten ourselves in a position. But it was after that big dump, we got a long way to go to get back here. There's where we were. Here's where we dumped, and now we've got all of this. So this entire market is short down into here. Overnight inventory then would be way short, essentially. But I really don't know what to make of all this uncertainty around this. What appears to me to be unplanned, ill-thought, offhand comments that are shaking the market, that have a direct impact, or maybe the lack of recognition that what you say is going to have a huge impact on a lot of people's lives. I don't know what to do with it myself. So I'm set up to go with a 2-lot package, risk neutral. And I've got the copy thing going, and yeah, here we go. Kind of a nothing burger so far. And maybe the rest of the day, too. This is a Friday. Options expiration is next week, not this week. So our expected move got clobbered to the downside. And upside is still up here at 63.47.75. Here was our expected move downside. These I reset every night at the ETH Open. So these were not here yesterday. This is deceptive, kind of. The expected move to the downside was down below here. 24 handles slower, 24.75 handles lower. It's based on options implied volatility for the next day strike. And I'm not an options wizard at all. I wish I was. I think I know some people that make money doing that. It's got real high leverage and real expensive trades, I believe. This is the downside I hear about it. And I think you can lose your ass faster than a little bit if you're not careful, and I don't know enough about it to even get close. I really admire people like Tom Sosnoff. I think he's a really intelligent and seasoned person with a lot of good advice. I listen to his opening call or first call or something like that usually. That's usually pretty good on a Sunday. Well, they're coming all the way back across it, eh? Taking those stats out one by one. We were here before, obviously, so that's not a that's not the gap close that happened over here in the first couple heartbeats. Well, if it were after 9:30, I'd be all itchy fingers on on an IB failure up here. That's what happened yesterday. Exactly the same idea, but at a different time frame. We had traded down like this, and I was narrating here and said, well, I would really hope for a IB stat to be taken at the IB high and then come back in, because not only would that be the IB failure, which I had expected with the rotational day, but it would be in alignment with context, which to that point had been pretty much down. And, you know, I got my nose rubbed in the dog poop right then, and away it went to the top. I didn't take a trade or lose or anything else, but I had a bias for an IB failure, and I didn't change that bias or react properly to say, oh, it's not a failure, it's going to be an IB continuation, and, you know, trade it. Stupid. Yeah. And this definitely consolidating over here around these two levels, just under that high. What they're going to do with that, I don't know, but it's certainly a consolidation, that's for sure, or fractal, as Tom would say, on a larger scale. This is kind of uncharted ground, right? Because we're at an all-time high. This black line is the volume profile for this data set going back to September 7th, 2021. We're, you know, way high. Now, if you had real deep pockets and you were, you know, Tom Sosnoff or Paul Tudor Jones or somebody, you'd be like, you could be thinking about mean reversion up here, right? That'd be one hell of a trade, wouldn't it? Big difference with time frames. It's real important. I think another thing for me to do is to focus on what I'm doing and not get all carried away with what everybody else is talking about, because I get all... You can make a case for any trade at any point in time if you are, you know, relatively skilled at logic. Because based on time frames, you know, here we are. Now here was a consolidation, breakout retest, and they tested up. You could also say the same up here. Here's the micro, you know, here we are retesting price check at aisle 3 back up here, right? You want to do one of those. Here's a fractal that we're rotating around. Here was the one we did before. Is this going to be too high? Are we going to mean revert back to here? I mean, you can make a case for any kind of trade you want to trade. That's why I think this, for me, having a statistically proven or verified setup and then following it, it makes sense. And even with that mindset, there's a whole bunch of discretionary stuff comes into it from my side. I am shocked and very impressed with these guys that can, quant guys that can code and have it trade successfully. I think that's, you know, I can't even think and have it be successfully all the time. I think what a lot of that is with them is it's just micro stuff, micro movements, picking off 1 or 2 pennies a million times adds up. Oops, sorry, hit the mic boom with the water bottle there. Well, 9 o'clock. Well, the IB30 is in play. If you remember what that is, that's Rod's statistic. That we all know that the IB statistic is the high or low of the first 1 hour of trade. The IB, initial balance, has a greater than 97.7% probability of being exceeded by price in the balance of the RTH trading session. And that is in all 4 open types. And I can prove it. What I'm talking about is right here. 97.7, 98.2, 98.1. Oh, I'm sorry. We opened, it's 97.6. Well, call me a liar. That's because we're a lower out of range. So, excuse me, 97.6% probability that the IB high or low will be exceeded in all 4 open types. I find that a pretty much untradeable statistic because you don't know. It's 2, right? It could be higher or lower, and you don't know if it's the first nanosecond after 9:30 or the last nanosecond before the close. So it's kind of it's a well-known statistic, but I don't know how many people actually profit from it. What I find interesting are the other side of those. For example, if it's 97.6, that means it's a 2.4% probability that neither the IB high or the IB low will be taken out. 2.4%. That happened yesterday in the NQ. I don't remember seeing that in recent memory. We didn't take out either the high or the low. There was a 2.2% probability in that opening configuration that we would not take out the high or low in the NQ. That's why I had my study on NQ this morning when I first opened it up. I was looking at that last night. That's pretty phenomenal. And more than once in recent memory, I've taken a trade based on that. It's like we were getting close to the low or the high, the IB low or high, and it would be late in the session, past 1430. Well, if you're down here at 1430 and you have not exceeded either the IB high or low, it's a damn good probability to trade in that direction. Because it's a 2.2% probability it will not happen. So that, I think, is more to the point. Now, that's why I've decided to look at the IB continuation or IB failure ideas for trading the IB. That's that. Anyway, Rod came up with the idea that, and the statistic that the high or low of the first 30 minutes has a very high, I believe 89 or low 90% probability of being exceeded in the second 30 minutes. And as you guys know, the TLabbers call that the IB30. That's not something I'm working on vetting now, but... Well, liquidity, as far as I'm concerned, is right here. Okay, here's 6,300. Now it's a strike. Everybody knows that. What is it? Well, there's 205 contracts sitting there on the ask. That is liquidity, and that's resting liquidity. Remember that in the options market, in the futures market, there is no such thing as more buyers than sellers. That is a giant fallacy. And it irritates me when people in authority and on this, you hear on streams and stuff say that, well, it went down because there's more buyers than sellers than buyers. Bullshit. It's a zero-sum game. That's why they call this a contract. All right, now I'm going to put my soapbox away here for a second. Flag that VPOC migration. This is Antonio's favorite trade. I say tongue-in-cheek because I think we've both gotten salt pounded in our butts a zillion times off of this. This would be the obvious trade to vet first, right? Because how can you possibly miss that yellow brick road moving around? But it's the follow-up part that is so hard for me to get around, the criteria that qualifies that. In this case, there's the Globex VWAP. Probably a good entry, targeting the IB high. However, we're only at 910, so I'm staying off it. Yeah, back to my point. So in that case, the way a market goes up is there's more aggressive buyers. In other words, the buyers are reaching across the bid and taking out liquidity, which is resting. And the way a market goes down is the other way. This is as I understand it. So liquidity for me, there's 172 contracts sitting at 63, and they came in the market a long time ago. Those have been sitting there since, at that number, more or less, around 7:30 this morning. That's what I think about liquidity. The big question that I have often about it is it the lid on the pot or is it a magnet? I think, I don't have a statistic to back this up, but more often than not, I see it as a magnet. For example, I am relatively, I bet you 50 cents we trade up to 6,300 at some point today. And that this guy doesn't lift off. He hasn't been around a while. We used to have 500 boy in here all the time. It was always dropping a 500 lot one way or the other. And sure, they can spoof. Everybody knows that. But think about this for a second. This is the part that gives me pause. You or I don't believe, certainly not myself, can spoof 500 contracts or 100 contracts. In order to put a bid over here or an ask over here, you've got to have a big enough account, a big enough live account to put that order in. That tells me that this is not being done by retail dorks or somebody with a sense of humor, that this is being done by a higher time frame, and I then have to wonder why. Even if they're fully intending to spoof it. If this guy right here at $100.78 at 63, the second price gets up to 99, jumps off, well, obviously the spoof law doesn't mean anything because they can say, well, it just, circumstances changed and we changed our order. So nobody's ever been arrested for it or charged with it, I don't think. But you've got to be big enough trader in order to put that order out there. And there we go. And we still haven't gotten to that IB high yet, have we? But boy, 63 is coming down the trail. And then the overnight mid at 68, which is the second highest probability. Yeah. And my 930 is approaching soon. So what have we done here? Well, come on. Pretty much bing, bang, bong, huh? Absolutely rotational so far. Now, you could make a case for a P-shaped profile here, sort of. And that's indicative of market profile words of short covering. B-shaped, indicating long liquidation. Wouldn't surprise me that this was short covering after that big dump last night based on the tariff news. We're just now back over the open. And now the IB high got pushed up again. And here comes that mid. And remember that this is the IB high from yesterday. And I'm not going to have a bias that we will mean revert at 9:30 off the IB high. So I'm trying to not have a bias of IB F or C as I did yesterday. Yeah, down here. Yeah. There's a lot of people that trade that makes a difference too. And you on my charting, you can see right here. Now these dots, which I don't have 3D or any of that, just to try to lighten up the program as much as possible. These are delta. So yeah, there was a big buy delta right there. 655 contracts stopped, and an iceberg sell of 400 or 100. Sorry. Yeah, so 655 contracts got stopped out in 4 orders. Or I should say stop got hit. Was that a target? You know? Were they long from down here? Beats me. But 6,300 was certainly a strike, and that certainly just got taken out. So there was our 173 of liquidity we were looking at earlier. And I'm disappointed I can't be doing all my little flaggy routines here, because this thing is not playing nice. I try to keep this at $1 high, and as I said, see the whole session until it starts to be zoom in and hopefully trade time. Antonio, I was in a conversation with a guy in Static today who was asking about prop firms and how to do copy trading and all that stuff. And somebody was also asking me about the deal with TopStep. So I mentioned that I don't think I said your name, but that you trade IB, so you execute through IB, but you look at TradingView, and I'm not sure if you have Bookmap or not, but there's a lot of people trying to figure out what the hell to do with now that TopStep has kind of gone goofy and moving. That's why I Google Program X. You'll see some interesting stuff. That's who's behind all this Edge Pro and TopStep X and all that. It's just a white label. Yeah, I didn't think so. It's a white label. It's just a white label back end. If it's the same guy and the same company, I saw a real interesting interview with this guy. They are the company that provides the white label and all the back end and all the data and all the stuff for most all of the Forex traders, these Forex brokers, especially in the States. And it was a real well, articulate and intelligent guy, and a goddamn coin and money, I'm sure. But had some real interesting statistics. It was around Forex, so I never really said much about it, but it was a real interesting interview. One of the things that struck me was the guy asked him, well, of course there's an A book and a B book and all that kind of thing. And do you have statistics around traders? And the large data set, they have the complete data set, right? They have all the data for all the Forex brokers basically in the States. So what a data set that is. Average funded FX trader blows up in 22 days. Now, if it's the same guy doing this for futures, which at the time I saw that interview, I thought, wow, I wonder how long it'll be before they get into the futures market. And I would bet it's probably the same guy because they were also based in Florida, as is Program X. Maybe not at all, but it would be coincidental if it were not, in my opinion. But a real interesting guy. I'll try to find that, see if I can find that interview again and whatever else. Share the link. You use Trading View, but the real Trading View, right, Antonio? And then also the TopStep thing. Yeah, you talked about the old setup there, GA. Well, another couple of minutes and Mr. IB is going to be in the spot. And what are we doing? Well, we're traded back up here thoroughly into the previous lower distribution. Will we get into this low volume node and the IB low here? Oh, IB high. Oh, no. Whoa. IB high. Sorry about that. Yeah, that's what I thought. And that's a really good idea. I mean, I look at the cost of all of this stuff and I really wonder whether it's beneficial or not, right? It better get that way quick because this is now what I'm depending on. We scooch up again, and here we are. Overnight mid, bam. I'll be right back. Get your trading shoes on, Antonio. Go get some water. Pushed up. Nothing happened. Well, the world must be askew. Typically when I go get my water bottle full or bio break or whatever, all hell breaks loose. Like last night. Perfect example. Okie dokie. All right, 6 minutes or something. Yeah, 5 minutes until the world famous IB statistic is in place. Kind of a slow, methodical market today, isn't it? Why they traded it down and turned it around beats the hell out of me, other than perhaps what did we do? Well, we came down within a couple of ticks of the overnight low and then took it up through all of the levels. Across the expected move from the downside, which is completely backwards, but that was based on the, or backwards as I understand it, based on the big Trump dump. Got a real string of singles up here at about the 63.13 area. This is a 1 minute testing chart that I monkey around with. And this is the this is what the where did the yellow shit come from? I didn't do that, I don't think. I don't know where the hell the yellow came from. The heat map that I figured out with Bookmap. Oh, that's a developing POC. That's not right. Huh. I must have fat fingered something when I wasn't looking at this thing. I was trying to search for alternatives to Bookmap, and they have some, this is all within IRT, and here's the dome associated. That's pretty weird. Didn't used to do that. I don't know why all of a sudden that did that, but yeah, I'll have to mess with it later. It's a 1 minute chart that's got some stuff on it that I've been looking at. This is that price box thing that Anne Marie does, Antonio. And then she looks at the largest volume spike the day of the previous RTH session and puts this marker here that shows a high and a mid and a low and what'll price do in the middle of there and all that kind of stuff. And well, you can see what happened. You can see what happened all yesterday. I'm not just, I do that over here kind of to see, not corrupt the setup that I normally have and different ideas and whatnot. And then I have another one where I do the back testing. Okay, here we go, boys and girls. It's IT time, IB time. Now, what in the hell would I think? Well, I would think that we haven't hit the IB yet. We have 10 seconds. confirm the setup and the stuff is ready to rock. Yesterday, the thing that got me was there was no retest. And now I'm going to be thoroughly pissed if, we got right up here to the IB and then we do the IB failure 10 seconds before the event. Now we have set the IB. So for all intents and purposes, the IB statistic is on the table. Well, yeah, kind of. I mean, you can see all these hundreds up here on the dome. This is the full book, right? This is level 2. The biggest thing we got on the bid is back down here, 62.97, just below our old 6,300. Somebody's jumped over here with 234. So, previous IB high. Previous IB high and previous value area low. Now that's kind of interesting, isn't it? But it's true. Here's yesterday. Value area high, value area low. IB high, IB low, and value area low above it. That's unique, in my view. My initial reaction here would kind of be looking for an IB failure, even since we haven't even taken out the IB yet. And remember, it could be 1 millisecond before 1600 tonight. But, I mean, if you look at the profile, even though it's kind of toothy down here, I would suppose it might be setting itself up for mean reversion. On the other hand, this is the overnight. And the story we were just talking about with the IB high being lower than the value area low, that's pretty weird. Pretty slow pace too this morning, isn't it? Oh, and real low volume. We're only trading 409,000 contracts so far since overnight. Ooh. What does it say here? Well, we're 90% volume. We're at 90% of the volume typical for today at this time. Delta divergence. ATR, way up to 6. That doesn't make sense. Harmonic rotations. Some statistics thingy, this SPX. And this is a daily ES for looking at open interest. I'm not real sure how to interpret this damn harmonic rotation thing. Other than what's obvious, I guess. Okay, there we go. The IB statistic has officially been hit and sat. And now what? That slow grind higher's got me a little spooked. This is where the discretion starts coming in, and Mr. Wussy Boy over here starts getting all nervous. High volume node from our micro composite. Wow. That's about a slow moves, huh? Well, I hate slow markets like this where it just grinds up. Puts me in a real questionable state. And we're right at the bottom of a hole of basically nothing land up here. Well, are we going to mean revert? I guess I should have been zoomed in further and figured this double top was a good entry. Now 7 to 4, that's 3 points. That would be a scale. If we come up under the bottom of it here, this long, slow grind up is kind of spooky, isn't it? For me. Especially just up to value area low there, and that low volume area around there. I definitely don't know what to think about this one. And, you know, if you got long right here, well, then you were scaled up there. So there you go. Two sides of the coin. Well, good luck to you. I was thinking about that would be a good idea, but I'm slow on the draw here. I'm looking for it to come back up here. Retest that IB low. Now we're back down at the mid, so I likely missed it. Good for you. There you go. Yeah, very possible that it was responsive, whatever, buying, I guess. I definitely have a paralysis by analysis problem, so that's for sure, especially lately. I would not short here because where's my stop going to be? Smack dab in the middle of all this traffic. And that one has, I've definitely gotten the, I hope, the FOMO idea in check. But, you know, then when you have an opportunity to short here and it goes down to the POC and you wonder what fool you were, just like it's going to do now. Good for you, man. Great you got that short. And there was my IB failure that I didn't mind. Oh, 09:45, you're talking Eastern time, I think, right? Yeah, son of a bitch. There's the IBF. What a bummer. What a bummer in the summer. Something in right here. Value area high. Value area, oh, okay. It's bumping around. Value area low. That doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Something's goofy. In Levelville over here. Well, this is really disappointing. But I'm glad one or you both got it. Yeah, there you go. Okay. So you trade pretty like scalp kind of, huh? Like 3 or 4 handles or something like that? I'm nothing wrong with that. I'm just curious. If you got short around 6 and flattened out around 3, then I guess you got flat at 6, so that's good. Yeah, good. 6 handles, that's nice. I don't know what to think about here. I would be really, I was looking for that IB failure and just was slowing the draw or who the hell knows what. There is obviously in the rearview mirror, which is the stock and trade of all the really good traders on the internet. There it is, right? Double top, retest. I thought there'd be a little more oomph at the IB high. If you're using Bookmap, use the multi-brackets, set them up, and when you enter, don't touch them. That'll get you over that. It may not be, you might need a seat belt or something, but. Well, pretty darn disappointing. Pretty darn disappointing here. Let's see, Anything else weird gonna happen? I mean, yeah. Okay, 9 o'clock. Trump on Canadian tariffs. I think it was fairly well received. Okay. I don't know. Yeah. How could he possibly think? I don't really get it. Anyway, looking at the news here on financial use. Yeah. All breaking our way, baby. Well, doggone. There was the entry. Good plan on your 63. And I guess I had another attempt here at the overnight mid. All of which I look at from a point of view of scale. Now, this wouldn't have scaled me. Right? Well, would it? It depends on the entry. Yeah. That's the volume I was thinking you meant. There's a lot of yeah, sure, no problem. It's nice to have some interaction. Antonio and I get sleepy. Yeah, disappointed in myself here. There's a lot of people that look at the volume on those volume bars and have trades off of them. For example, there's a guy, one of the TopStep guys, Jay, has one they call the J trade or something. That's when there's a big volume spike in a direction, and then when that particular bar is taken out, it goes toward the takeout. They claim that works a lot. Basically, it's the same idea as a 3-bar reversal. And that's also a very good, fairly constant pattern, but you need to do it in you need to do that in a little bit higher time frame, like 5-minute chart or something, I think. Wait a minute, let's just look over here. Okay. And of course, the minute you start looking at one, then everything, goes the other way. Like there's the highest volume on this candle. Well, what they would say was, you wait for that candle to be taken out and go to the direction of the take that it was taken out, as opposed to what's happened over here. A 3-bar reversal is this. We had an up candle. We had a new higher high. The next candle closed lower than this one. That's a 3-bar reversal to the downside. That would be, that would be qualified as a 3-bar reversal, I think. The J trade, I don't see an example of one here, to be honest with you. What's this say here? No, none of these are really. Yeah, bad. I'm sorry, I can't find an example, but you get the point. So down we go without the old guy. About a textbook mean reversal, IB failure. That will be entered as a missed trade by me. And I forgot I have a thing in my chapters for that. What time is it now? Very nice setup, and I was standing here talking and didn't take it. I don't know what the hell to do about that. Honestly. I got to do something, and I got to do it quick. Yeah, exactly. They are risky. That's that J trade or whatever it is. Yeah, J trade. There's another thing I think they look at a lot, which has got to do with what the VWAP is doing. Once it gets above the candle that spiked, let's say lower, then that's a potential entry. And if a qualifier is if the VWAP is, if it is above the VWAP, and if the VWAP is, moving higher, not flat. They talk about that every once in a while. I haven't listened to that market wrap or whatever they call it that he does in quite a while. Now what are we getting? Well, we're getting lower lows and lower highs. But we're right at the big confluence here. We've got both VWAPs and the POCs. Now the full session POC hasn't joined forces yet, but everybody else is on board, it looks like. I'm getting way too good at being patient or sitting on my hands or not trading, whatever you want to call it, and it isn't good. It's not good when you are waiting for a trade and don't take it. And another thing to remember is with these trades that I like and that is important is that these are asymmetrical trade locations, right? So this double top and this retest back here at 6. Well, what is that? 7.5? That's a 1.5. You could in theory, if you didn't use a bracket, you could in theory have your stop loss just above that and say, no, if it goes there, I'm wrong. The trade is invalid. What is the risk reward? Very, very asymmetrical risk to potential reward. And, quite nice. There's 10 handles right there. That's 40 ticks. And I'm not really sure why in the hell I have developed this. I guess it's just a fear thing, I guess it's just a fear of being wrong, not eating my own dog food, I guess is what it boils down to. I have all the logical and analyses and stuff, and then when it comes down to it, what's out and for what? Why? I know very, very definitely it's this 2-lot trade is a $300 risk, or 24 ticks if you want to look at it that way. And I prefer to look at ticks, but it's basically $300. And to the second target is 750. So it's 1.5 to 1 risk reward ratio, I guess is correct. Really dumb. And a structured trade and vetted and all that other stuff. So, that's classic, boy. Boom, boom. And there you go. Okay, yeah. So the sellers were the passive liquidity. And that's how the market moves up, is the aggressor was the buyers reaching across. as I understand it. Got to always throw that in there whenever I remember to. I'm not so analytical, I guess. What I'm looking at is the level and what we've done volume wise and price, and but I didn't act. You did, and you got your trade off, and you made money on it. So that's pretty damn great. Antonio, can you copy trades? This is probably a really dumb question. With IB, I don't think you can, right? And can you use Tradeovate to trade on over an IB account? I don't think you can do that either. I think I know the answer to both those questions, but somebody was asking me earlier today in Static, MR was asking me about, he wanted to be able to trade via Rhythmic and copy to a handful of prop accounts at the same time he was trading his personal account. And I said, I didn't think there was any way in hell that you could do that, but I wasn't sure. I just didn't think so. And here we go with the VPOC migration. Here we go with the favored VPOC migration trade. Yeah, maybe. I don't think and I don't think it would be supported by Bookmap either, which is, I think, what he wanted to do. Oh, that's pretty cool. And this is with IB, is that right, Antonio? That's that's kind of what he was looking to do. That's pretty cool. So when you enter a trade on one of the accounts, it's not replicated or copied to the other ones like this is now with these prop things. That's, I think, the point you're getting at, and I kind of what I thought too. I don't want it to be distracting you from your favorite trade here, the VPOC migration. If I wasn't locked in on the IB or, committed to making the IB trades only, this would probably be a good VPOC migration trade long with that little test right there. I don't know though. We got kind of a liquidity wall here, or a volume wall here at 02. Definitely some resistance up here for some reason. Oh, I see. That's pretty cool. Well, you can trade in my name and I'll just stay in bed all day and collect the checks, man. How about that? Once a long time ago, there was a big deal afoot in the Forex market, which is, talk about the Wild West. But I think the only bigger scam that I've looked at ever is the crypto crap. But where great traders or whatever they were, you'd sign up to follow them or whatever, and they would copy that guy's trades or that person's trades would copy across to your thing. And of course, they would get a percentage or whatever. That was, Jesus, 2000, I don't know, 15 or something. I have no idea if it still exists even. Well, so man, there's exactly what would happen if I took the VPOC migration. Well, the gap down was definitely a thing. The gap closed, and we have done pretty much the gap rules, except we didn't get up and into the previous value area. But I'm still puzzled, and I hadn't really noticed before now that the IB high is lower than yesterday's value area low. What a goofy day. You know, look here. This is the value area. This is obviously yesterday. Value area, IB high, IB low. Lower than the value area, lower than the VPOC. At one point, the VPOC had migrated below in this case, the VPOC had migrated above the IB high, which, in a lot of stuff says we should be looking higher. Crazy, huh? And therefore we did get higher. But I was surprised at this in this real low volume area here, and that's about where today came to a screeching halt. Antonio and I joke, Antonio, about this being our favorite trade. This VPOC migration is of course, it's one of Tom's structured trades. And, Rod as well, but I don't think it's particularly successful for either one of us. I don't know about how you're doing with it there, GA, but Rod said the other day that this past month or so, he's had nothing but losers with it, so he's put that off his trade plan for a while. My problem with it is, as I've said 1,000 times in here, and I'm sure you both know, it's the obvious trade you want to vet first, because how in the hell can you miss where the yellow brick road's going? The setup is plain as the nose on your face. The big problem with it, for me, definitely is, sure, that part you got, but what is the criteria that justifies the entry and the trigger? And here's a perfect example. Are we going to come down here and do a price check at aisle 3? Are we going to come clear down to the VWAPs? Is that going to be where it is? How about the mid? Maybe we're going to go down to the mid and then flip around. These are all the problems with that trade, in my opinion. Oh, that's pretty cool, Antonio. Well, that is pretty cool. So it doesn't copy your trade share for share, okay, in other words, or, contract for contract, but it does a proportion. So if you've got 3 or say 4, if you've got 4 accounts and you trade 100 shares, you would, and you set it up to go equal split, you'd have 25 in each one of the accounts. That's the advantage kind of to doing the, what I see with this copy trade thing and the evaluations, which of course goes away right after the XFAs or whatever. The minute you go live, that all goes away. But like day before yesterday, I had that one trade, the VPOC, the IB continuation trade, went for the both targets. and that was 60 ticks. Well, but it was copied across 4 others, so that was 300 ticks. You know, what's that? $3,750. You know, that's a pretty good day. So that's pretty damn cool there. Similar idea and pretty cool. And of course, you're only risking the daily loss limit and the drawdown and the risk of one account, you know, one combine in this case. So if you want to trade that's 2 times 5 is 10, right? Couldn't trade that with one combine. Have to be using a $150,000 combine instead of a 50. The ones I have are 50Ks, which is just freaking stupid. As we all know, it's really $2,000. It's not 50. You know, that's what they're giving you to play with. So, and the maximum contracts is 5, I think. So, but I trade with this risk neutral 2 lot. So that's basically 2 5s is 10 contracts. But only risking the daily loss limit and the drawdown per account of the all within parameters of the criteria of the combine. Knowing full well that the statistics are against success because, you know, Michael Patak's not stupid. If he's going to pay cash out to somebody that's doing that, he's going to make damn sure that the probability of people doing that is very small. It's percentages. Remember, it is a business of statistics. That's something we have to remember. And now I'm going to go spank myself for missing this frickin' trade. I'd be so tickled right now. I'm trying to make sure that I get my trades off in RTH1 also, which is a thing Rod cooked up, and I think it's great. It's another way to compartmentalize or group your trades for an analysis. So there's 405 minutes or 407 or whatever it is in the RTH session, and divide by 3. So RTH1 is the open to 10:45, and then RTH2 goes around the clock, and RTH3 goes to close. Pretty cool. Yeah, that's really cool. I didn't know that. You know, that guy at IB that started IB, whose name I forgot, from a Romanian guy or whatever he is, I really admire that guy. He's, of course, made money, but he, you know, I admire that guy a lot. He's said a lot of things that I think are pretty, and his philosophy and stuff, I think, is pretty straightforward. Doesn't believe in patents because he thinks they stifle or discourage creativity. For example, patented or built a touch screen trading system back in the 80s. Yeah, there we go. Boom. Now, a Trump dump, or is this going to be a mid flip and a V reversal back to the north? I'm quickly jumping over here to see if one thing about my whatever this is called, financial juice, it's not real time. I'm not spending $1,000 a year or whatever it costs to have it real time. I don't have that or think it's important at this time. So that doesn't look like it's going to be a VWAP. It looks to me like news. And boy, aren't I disappointed about that IB short. I'm a bitch. Irritating. Very irritating. I'm sure Tom will have lots to say about this in the stream. Damn. Well, Alice. I don't see anything in the news. China is meeting with the Australians in Malaysia. I think that Rubio is going to meet with them in Malaysia as well. The Russian guy, Lavrov, has arrived in North Korea. Well, that's exciting. U.S. equity futures fell as dollar rose after Trump escalated trade by threatening more tariffs on major trading partners. Wow. I don't know what the end game is. You know? Really. Isolationism and a real, protracted economy and recession and stuff. I don't know. What is the end game? Tariffs are obviously not paid by the foreign country. I know that there's a lot of people that wear red ball caps that don't want to believe that, but it's a tax on Americans. It's paid at the port of arrival, of disembarkation. If you know anything about shipping or trade or supply, any of that stuff. So I really don't get the end game. And it seems to me playing with fire, Illinois, Minnesota, Michigan, all 80 to 90% reliant on Canadian electricity, water, and to a larger extent, America relying on Canadian oil. Doesn't seem like a good idea to be pissing those guys off. That's like my analogy the other day, and I think it's pretty, to do with the bond market and everything, is you walk into the bank, walk up to the banker's desk and piss on his desk and then say, oh, and by the way, I want a mortgage for a new house. I mean, that doesn't seem like the right strategy to me, but I'm sure I'm missing something. And I'll be the first to admit I'm probably missing something. I'm probably missing the bigger idea. Absolutely. But I would love to know what it is. It just doesn't ring true. And I don't get the rounding up people and throwing them out of the country, and how we can possibly ship people living in America to some random third world country that nobody's ever been to before. Those people have never been. How the hell does that work? I didn't think any of that was even closely possible under the Constitution or the Bill of Rights or anything. I really am. The whole thing's got me puzzled. I really don't understand. I try not to say much about it because I don't understand, so that doesn't make a lot of sense. But here's that mid flip, baby. What worries me is that there's what it's going to do to the country and the economy. Obviously. That's the big worry. And I'm not one of the 10 billionaires that's going to make a lot of money somehow off the taxes, the new tax bill and all that, so I'm just a normal Joe shit the rag man over here trying to make a living and support my family. Something's happening here. This is not normal behavior. There is something going on. I'm not seeing any real news stuff on Financial Juice or anywhere, but this very definitely looks like erratic tweet behavior to me. And I'm not going to have social media or whatever is, what is it called? Truth Social or any of that. So. Lovely setup as anticipated, and on to targets. 91. Yeah. Yep. 06. Down here to the 91s somewhere. So that was the full T1 and T2 down through here. The profile is fleshing out pretty well now. It doesn't look as nice over here on, I guess, it's just an optical illusion, but they're both looking at the same data, obviously. It looks nicer. It looks like a nicer profile over here. Very little excess on the top sides, which is not typically, doesn't typically last for very long. I would say if we get through that IB high and into those lows, we could get some traction into the previous value area. But big butt. Exactly at the value area high, huh? Or the high volume node. Mm-hmm. And if you're trading this one, and I don't know how this is not any kind of a setup that I know, but that retest and down is a scale. So anytime you can get scaled on whatever you're doing, that's a pretty good thing. And they're not going to let it get back to that IB, I guess. So I'm going to have to stand here and be bummed out all day. Coming up to Tam time there, Antonio. Or Tim. Jesus, I can't talk. Never mind. Tom time. There we go. And this is Friday, right? Yeah. Oh. Yeah, there's a lot of levels here to watch. Yeah, you bet, Antonio. Have a great stream. Have a great weekend, or whatever it is you're going to go do. It's really cool, that idea of being able to trade like that for your family business. That's really cool. Okay, come on, Alice. Let's do something here. I guess the next possible opportunity for my IB situation here would be, or at least the thing that I would suppose would happen, would be a Trump dump through the IB low and a continuation. And don't forget, we still have the overnight low just below that, the IB low. It's down there at 69.5. I think that's about the only unvisited. No, the IB high has not been visited yet. I was going to say the only unvisited statistic, but that's the fact that I'm too old for my own good. Let's see what's going on up here with like the previous close and that stuff while I'm just basically doing nothing times 5 over here. Okay. Well, the previous close is 44.4. That's not anything to write home about, is it? I'm putting these in now. I'm typing these in as I look at them off the side over there. GA. Oh. Well, there's the previous value area low is 48.1, so that's seeming to be, that's been taken. Oh, no. I'm sorry. 48.1, that's over here. That has been taken out, but that was low. In other words, I'm just trying to do things here that'll occupy my mind and see if it. I'm not taking any trades that are not related to the IB because that's part of my trade plan, which I do at night. And I don't change my trade plan during the live market. That's previous low level. What do you mean by that? Do you mean RTH low or Globex low or what? The Globex, previous Globex low is right here at 87 quarter. It says. The overnight low is 62.76 half, just below the IB low. The RTH previous low. Oh, okay. That's 67.9% probability, and that is, let me unwind this a little so we can see the P low somewhere around here. Right there. 67.8, previous low is 9,600. That's the previous RTH low from yesterday. Whoop, sorry. There you go. Right here. Previous RTH low. Didn't realize I was still looking at IRT up there. They're holding above this. They're holding up in this, in the range. Not in the value, but in the range of this lower distribution from yesterday's RTH. They are holding up here now, just barely. But weren't able to get up to the IB high or this low volume area, or of course the value area low. So yeah, this being religiously committed to what I'm going to do, and in this case the IB trades. It's frustrating. Frustrating. There's that previous RTH low. Do you use Bookmap, GA? Or have Bookmap running or something like that? Something like that. I ask not to be nosy, but I share these levels with I don't know how many people in the TLab and Static and everywhere else. You're certainly welcome to grab the link and use it. Yeah, there you go. I thought so. So if you can certainly flop this into a cloud note column and you'll have these exact levels just like I do. If, a long time ago, I did that, the cloud notes thing, and the posts that I do every day, the news and the other thing, to just kind of give back something to the TLab, because I think it is of all the horse shit on the internet, it's like an oasis to find something that's pretty much straightforward and the guy's not trying to con you out of everything, and you know what I mean? And a good crew of people, so I figured the least I could do from all of what Tom does and what Rod and everybody else's, contribute what little I could. Oh, the cloud note thing is easy as falling off a log. Watch this. Whoop. Notes. Cloud notes. Okay. You take a link this is an internal link. Don't use this. This is inside of my machine, but I post a link for anybody that wants to use it. You paste it in there. You set this on one, you click, boom, save, and away you go. The next thing you know, you're going to have cloud notes. You're going to have all these levels just like this right over here. Send me a direct message or whatever you call it in the TLab, I guess. I don't know if I post a link in this chat. I mean, I'm a real donut about all this stuff, right? If I post a link in this chat, can you copy the link? I have no clue. What I've always done in sharing these things is somebody, give me a direct message or whatever it is in the in the Discord, and then I do that. But it's falling off a log simple, and then there you go. Oh, no problem. But if you want it, just let me know. It's just a link, a URL. What I do is the internal link is in my machinery, right? But then that is pushed up to Google, a Google Drive, and the link is from a Google Drive that updates whatever. And I think probably 80 or 90% of the people in the TLab and Static all use those who haven't gone out, who don't have both platforms, right? Don't have IRT and Bookmap to do it themselves internally. No problem. And to be honest with you, that's why I like these lines, because I see, oh, here we come to that. Now, I found out something just yesterday, that you can actually set up cloud notes to not only put the flag and all this bullshit, but to draw a line at that level. And I didn't know that until yesterday, after all this time. I haven't tried it because I already have bought this indicator some time ago, and I do like the way it puts the name in the middle here. And unlike the flag, if there's one on top of the other, it'll put both names, or up to 3, I think, in this middle thing, so you can kind of keep track of that. And here we go off the top now. We're going to go up and test the IB again here, huh? I better wake up, I guess. What time are we getting to be? We're coming to the end of IB1, RTH1. Ooh, baby. Well, what now, my love? Are you going to do something or what, you piece of dog? would be suspicious, and I guess I would say that I would anticipate a IB continuation up here to these, previous IB high, and the get through this low volume node over here, and there's the previous IB high, which I already have flagged, and then there's this low volume area above that, and then above that is the value area. There's the previous IB high. And here we go. There are those stops. I would honestly be leery to go there. Yeah, that's exactly why. To go short on the IB failure, thinking this could turn into a squeeze. Now, like yesterday, no hint of a retest yet. But they did take out that no, they didn't. Wow, I was thinking they did. They didn't take out the previous IBI. Looky there. Now they did. Okay. Show those guys who's boss. Come on. There, they got it. Whatever any of that means. Previous RTH close is 63.21 half. Also, the previous RTH, the closing RTH VPOC is at 23.50. I think I misquoted the close is 21 half. The previous RTH VPOC is 23.50. What do we do? What do we do? Okay, came back down and tested it. So was this my test that I missed? I should have announced I was going to the bathroom there. Bio break and let you or Antonio get on it. Well, there's definitely the IB test. Don't know what to think about that, to be honest with you. late to the party here. I was looking to go short, but I'm still not convinced that that's the way they're going to go with this thing. And I realize that you're never convinced about anything, but well, I should have been. I guess I should have been convinced. Oh. Well, I hope you grabbed that long up there when we tagged out the previous IB high. Now you're 6 points in the money, and I'm standing here like a dork. Bad short at this position, in my opinion, at the overnight mid. Liquidity sitting down here of 119 contracts, and another 100 below that, or another 100.5 below that. And are not very far to the only 4 handles down to the POC. Kind of, is this the dip? Is this a buy the dip? I don't do well on those. That's a hard one for me to get my head around. And right now I'm trying to focus on these IBs. So is this an IB failure? Or are we going to come off of this mid and go up? We're putting in a barcode over here on the NQ. Just one hell of a consolidation just under the IB. And this mess going on up here. What's that about? Oh. Not really, but a little bit, yeah. A little bit of taper up there, right into this low volume node from yesterday. Right into that. Just below the value area low. Guess I missed another short opportunity here, huh? Yeah, exactly. It's this. Now there's the breakdown. Missed that one. Well, I missed several of them today, but yes. Trade don't talk, I guess, is the plan, huh? And that was a mean reversion, just about as mean as you can get, and definitely a reversion to the mid, or to the VPOC, the mean. V reversal, is this going to be a long? This is one of the static nice trades today, or trades lately. Actually, I hate it when I'm hovering over the zone with my finger on the button and don't click it. Especially when it turns out to be a pretty good idea. Richard, are you here this morning? There's a fella that named Richard from England that usually moseys by here. I can't keep track exactly of who's here and who's not with the the views as opposed to the concurrent views as opposed to the whatever else. I'm definitely, yeah, I'm an influencer. I'm a big money YouTube guy. They call me the Beast Junior. All right, come on. As the time wears on now, and we are past RTH1, and it's Friday, I'm acutely aware of psychological capital. Not much anything worse that I know of than do some sort of a stupid FOMO thing or whatever, and then go into the weekend in the hole. And you got all weekend to think about it. I will be definitely missing, and disappointed in myself for missing this, which was the second attempt at an IB failure. And going nicely down. Looks like it's heading down for the VWAPs in the mid, I bet. My guess. NQ's leading the way. NQ hasn't gotten down to the VPOC yet. Oh, man. Looks so different when you look at it on just a 5-minute chart, doesn't it? Or does to me. Now, this is the MNQ, by the way, so this is not the ES. Don't forget about that. I still don't see one of those J trades around here, and they seem to spot them all the damn time. Oh, well. Well, there is this right here. Are you looking? Yeah, this is this is an iceberg. 220 contracts at 3 was there. This is a stop. I've got these icebergs set up. This was canceled, this one over here. I have them set up to show something. I don't know. Let's look. I forget. To be honest with you, stops and icebergs on the chart. Okay, iceberg. Show icebergs. Yeah, what I'm going to do. Wrong click. Sorry about that. So I've got them aggregate 50 individual threshold is 50 contracts. I try to move those around a little bit based on whether I'm looking at the overnight or trying to find a happy medium. So that's the icebergs the way I have it. And the stops are similar. That's on the chart itself. I don't have them down here on the subchart, which you can do. To be honest with you, I don't ever look at that damn thing. I could do better by going like this. I think. Get more real estate. I don't really ever notice that I watch this down here for anything, to be honest with you. Boy, what a dummy. Look at that. There is the perfect rear view mirror trading. There is the perfect IB failure test and or trigger or whatever you want to call it. Very definitely need to get my head out of my ass here and start doing something properly. That's faux show. Ooh, double bottom, W, 1, 2, 3, whatever you want to call it. Is this a reversal? Is this the let's get everybody to diddle in the middle deal? Yeah, it hasn't. They haven't really gotten any traction into yesterday's RTH. Closest they got was right there. That's the IB high from yesterday. Never got near the value area low. So if you're a market profiler, you are, this is, we're building value lower and not overlapping, just lower. You're a Jim Dalton guy. And it is becoming a pretty prominent P-shaped profile, which is supposed to be short covering. We're now getting into the danger zone as far as time goes, in my opinion. That's pretty weird. That's pretty weird. Oh, that doesn't seem to work. Yeah, we have. The value area is definitely lower into the gap and up to here. I mean, this is a value area, right? So we're building value lower. V or a mid reversal, perhaps. My stream's doing all kinds of weird things here. I'm not sure what to think about it all. It has been a fairly, orderly auction, I gotta say. Higher highs and higher lows. If you look at it on a, grand scale. Higher highs and higher lows. P-shaped profile and value at the top. Now we've got some taper at both ends. So now what are they going to do? Well, anyway, I'm trying to figure out what to do next here. It's fast approaching the witching hour here, I think. Well, we've got that target once or twice already, and why that's switched, I don't know. I wouldn't be doing anything out of the middle of this myself. Messing around with some other stuff audio wise here. Yeah, it could definitely be. Here we go back up to the POC again, you know, which I'm not going to diddle in the middle. So there's that. And then we've got all these levels down here below us before we get down to the open and the overnight volume point of control. It could definitely be a target. It is also, ironically, oh no, it's not. This is just a full. This is the full session, not the RTH. But yeah, definitely a. Rotational day. What do you want? You know, what is the total range here? Where are we? We're at, say, 10. Yeah, we did get a poke down the bottom here. Okay, 78 to 10. So 30 handles wide, basically. It's just kind of surprising we haven't gotten down to the overnight low yet, but they left that value area or that IB low behind and didn't seem too interested in the overnight low, and were looking for higher ground. So I guess that's where they are. And I'm getting kind of tired of missing these IB highs, these IB failures, which have all been sweet. There's the original. There's a really sweet one there. Not quite as good. Got a pile of liquidity laying in here at the 5 now at $1.50. Yeah, I'm not really sure I understand the ins and outs of the narration. I'm just winging it here. You know, I'm just trying to say what I'm seeing out loud for the purpose of the stream being my journal. And the only way to get any input as to what my side of the microphone here is to me to say it out loud. And these are all opportunities, you know, this bar trade here, okay. These are all things that are so easily seen in the rearview mirror, but I don't act on them on the hard right edge. What's going to happen next, you know? That's my problem. Yeah, pretty much. That's what if you're talking about this little bit of, this is yesterday, so yeah. I don't have a market profile or anything going on for the ETH. But yeah, there was a big, you know, well, here you go. There you are. There's 7 o'clock yesterday evening, or 1900. That's a string of singles if ever I saw one. In 30 seconds or something. And here we are diddling around now in the middle. They traded it back up overnight to here, and then broke it down. And now, ooh, sorry, wrong screen. They traded, here's the string of singles. There's the news. They managed to get it back up about half of that, retrace about half. And then it sold off a little bit more, then opened here. We got right back up almost to the spot on this previous mid, right? And we're not making much more ground. That's what I think. And you can see over here, you can see the overnight. That's the way I'm looking at it. And they continue to build out this profile in the P shape. Just auctioning back and forth across it now. From the IB high down. Twice we've come through the high. Twice I've missed that IB failure. How many times can you go to the well? That's the next thing that I start thinking about. They get up here again, I'm going to go, So do they want to really do this again, or are they going to, now they're going to show everybody who's boss and get up into that light volume area? That's how my mind works. Well, single, it's a known or a commonly shared thought in the market profile world that singles are an area that was never auctioned, really. They just came flying through it, like I was just showing you over there last night. So typically, conventional wisdom says that they're revisited and repaired. They always talk about anomalies in the profile are repaired. We've got some repair to do down here. You hear whoever, Hogue, Dalton, whoever it is that, you're listening to says that kind of stuff. And a lot of the time you'll see, what's going on here? Where am I? Okay. Here we had a bunch of spooky stuff and we're trading here, right? Whenever you see a light spot, oftentimes there'll be more volume in the next day or two. It does seem to sort of bear out. And if you think about it, it makes sense. If there was an area where a bunch of people got an advantage, well, it depends on where the singles are and which way you're approaching them. If you're coming up from the bottom into a string of singles, it's a good probability that you're going to repair that string of singles by trading up through them. Yeah, somebody was definitely in a hurry. Sellers were reaching across fast and hitting them on the way down. They were hitting those bids. They were coming across the book and hitting the bids. Boom, 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 boom. Down they went. That can also be a stop cascade or a liquidity vacuum. There's a lot of different ideas about that. In other words, if somebody puts in, if there's 10 levels of price with 10 contracts bid at each level, that's 100 contracts. If somebody puts in a sell offer, somebody reaches across the aisle from the ask side to the bid side with a 150 lot order, it's going to take out all 10 of those levels and then some to fill it. So that's what I'm thinking. I mean, that's my understanding of it. That is called a stop cascade, or a stop cascade is the other way around. That's when there's a bunch of stops living up, say like up here, and suddenly you have this big burst up. Somebody put in an order that was greater than all of the orders resting at these price levels, potentially, and that's a stop cascade. Liquidity vacuum is kind of the other way around. It's like I just said. If you've got a bunch of orders you got 10 contracts at each price level for 10 levels, and somebody puts in an order of 110 to buy 110 of them, or sell 110, they're going to go all the way through them. And then some. In a hurry. Faster, because it hits faster than anybody can move them, I think. And this is just as I understand it. I mean, I could be, out there like Pluto, who the hell knows? Stuff I've heard over the years, whether that is, what do they call it? Something myth, you know? Can't think of the word, but you know what I mean. And it makes sense to me. I mean, understanding that the market only goes up and down, and that, you know, buyers reach across the book to take stuff up. If they aggressively hit the offer, and if sellers aggressively come across and hit the bid, things are going to go down. So it makes sense, you know, if there's 200 contracts in several price levels, and somebody comes across with a offer to hit those bids with 210 or whatever, it's going to go past there. And I get your trading hat ready. I'm going to step away for a minute. Right, are you rich yet? Okay. If you look at that Rinko chart, it looks like a hell of a lot easier way to trade, doesn't it? Sometimes I wonder if I'm just wasting my time. Or as the old saying on the floor, I believe goes, confirmation is for Catholics. You just got to take a trade and go for it. I don't know. As far as that whole direction story, I mean, it looks to me like, well, let me see how to say this exactly, what I'm thinking. Let me really think about that for a minute. Repair, sure. We will undoubtedly repair the low volume areas and all of those quote unquote string of singles. But could be next week, could be this in the next hour. And typically, once they get into a string of singles, they generally eat their way through them. Is the analogy I've heard a lot. Again, whether it's just an urban legend or not, there is so much hocus pocus and stats in air quotes that you got to really do your own stuff. That is a real good advice. A lot of people come on, especially a lot of internet or YouTube-y influencer kind of tradery people. It's just bullshit bus tickets, man. I mean, they are, spewing stuff. And they're making their money on subs and likes or what do you call it, subscriptions and YouTube stuff, which is fine. I wish YouTube would pay me a lot of money every month, but the point is, I don't think you should use that position lightly, like all these influencers that are promoting scams and pumps and dumps and all that kind of thing. That's seems like there's a real erosion in integrity and stuff in our society now. Unfortunately, from over here anyway, from the top to the bottom. I would have never dreamed in my life. Yeah, I don't know what to think. Here we go. Here we go. Coming up to my IB high again. I'd be honest with you, I would be extremely hard pressed to take a trade out either direction off it right now. Like I said, how many times can you go to the well, right? And that's in my opinion, that's where that's essentially given into FOMO. Okay, now if I'd have successfully had a couple of trades here doing this and think, well, here we go again, that's one thing, but I haven't. So my brain is saying, well, is this FOMO that you're making all this up, or is this real? And we're not there yet now, but you get the point. And we've migrated up, and now here we are. And if you want to look at it on the other side of the coin, this VPOC migration was a great one. This one, not so much. What the hell happened there? I spin my mouse on one monitor and I don't realize I've got it over the other one, and we're looking at microseconds all of a sudden. Wow. Well, what's happening here in the juice of financial? Saudis confirms they're going to boost oil production. Tariff boys being quiet, that's scary. And the famous Navarro is going to speak at 1600. Oh, look at here, Trump roundtable with first responders at 1310. So that's another hour or so. Yeah, if you just look at it on the surface, this has been just a nice, basically calm auction. Higher lows, higher highs. And there was an IB short or IB failure. IB failure. quite a bit of resistance right here at the developing value area high. That's pretty for sure. I'm not sure what the older school volume spike stuff would mean, other than, like I told you, that J-Trade thing. J is one of the TopStep trader personality guys, or they call them coaches. I've asked the question a few times, what is the qualification to become a coach? And I don't get an answer. Dakota, Jay, Vince, these different guys. Jay is a fellow from New York, a younger fellow from New York who was a basketball coach. Is his thing. Is what he had done previously or something, but and he tends to focus a lot on volume, using, as you're talking about, the volume bars. He doesn't use volume profile, and he does also use Quant Tower. Okay. Anyway, so he's got this thing that he does. He does, trading during the TopStep TV day or whatever else. But every day of the week he does he and a guy named Paul, who's a floor guy, ex-floor trader. They do I forget what it's called. Basically, it's a market wrap up after the close at like 3:15 Central Standard. So you could pop over there and have a look and have a listen, and they're always talking about volume and the volume spike and the J trade and all that stuff, and they're making money, so a lot to be said for that. I certainly don't belittle anybody for anything they do if it's successful. And I'm a hell of a long way from saying mine's my way. It's my way. I'm not one of these "it's my way or the highway" guys, right? That's for sure. Let's see, direct message. I got to think about how to do that. Direct message. Okay, TLab. Let's see, there we go. What's all this quiggly stuff at the bottom there, dude? I'm dyslexic as hell. I couldn't possibly. That's one of the biggest problems. I've had Jigsaw for years, ever, like 12 or 13. And for me to trade something with a bunch of numbers zooming around is, I might as well go paint the sky pink, it's not going to work. Okay, what does all this mean? I'm assuming that's VWAP with a couple of bands around it on the top stuff. And there's your 930. So that's your opening spike candle. And I guess those other things are probably MACDs and stuff like that. I guess. Well, what they do, if I can find one of them. When you have a big volume spike, is that when you get the red and green arrows? Is that the idea? It's marking the volume spike below, I suppose, is it? What platform is this, by the way? Anyway, it doesn't matter. But anyway, trying to find something for you for. Is the dotted line in the middle the VWAP? And then those bands are the one standard deviation on either side of it. Is that the idea, or is that something else? No, here. Wait a minute. Hold on a second. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so I assume this dotted line is the standard deviation, is the VWAP, and these are standard deviation. What I was trying to see was the J trades, right? This would be a 3-bar reversal, and it's not really a J. I'm having a hard time with my eyes aligning your volume up with the bars, but that's why I was asking about the arrows here. Looks to me like these high volumes are an arrow. If it's blue, it's up, and if it's a red one, it's down, like here, I guess. No, that wouldn't be right. Is your red arrow's over here? Well, never mind. Never mind. Okay, here's one. Look at your 945-ish. This is now, I think if I remember what Jay talks about, is that if the volume spike is higher than over 50% average for the day so far, which this 945 candle, if you can see what I'm talking about. Bollinger Bands. Okay. So if you see this arrow here, where my cursor thing is, wait, there we go. You see this big down candle with a big long wick and this volume? They would technically call that a J trade, and the minute this candle surpassed or closed above this high, that's a long. And also they if I'm not mistaken here, is they want to have the VWAP pointing up. If it's a long, pointing in the direction of up, not going flat or coming down. Let's see another one over here. This is a 3-bar reversal, basically. You got one going up, you got this spike to the top, and then you close below it. Now you don't close below it. If I remember 3-bar reversals correctly, the close needs to be below the low of this bar for a 3-bar reversal. But you could, I think you could call that, couldn't you? No, it's probably not high volume. But it's, it's not, damn sure not rocket science. Yeah, so, I don't know if that fits into your volume thing, but if you're interested in that volume story, go check out, hold on. Check out, see how I can figure out how to do this. I keep getting confused because my upper two monitors are a different machine, a different computer. Oh shit. And I don't have, oh wait, maybe I do. How do I subscribe to this crap here? Oh, there we go, subscribe, there we are. Okay, so I subscribed to, but I didn't have, uh-oh. They got a picture of the White House. What's that mean? Something's going on. What? This is TopStep TV, but there's something, I mean, obviously something going on or they wouldn't have a picture of the White House over here, I guess. What I was trying to do here was find right here at the buzzer was Coach J. This thing right here is where, and you can see all of them down here, and they talk about the J trades and he's all about volume. That's his whole thing. He's kind of the volume guy at TopStep apparently, but he does volume as do you with the volume bars at the bottom. Like we just had a big one down there now at the IB high again. Oh, well, look at that. Let me stop doing all this stupid shit and get back to the get back to over here to the real world. Yeah. Now I would be extremely cautious to take this short or this IB failure here, thinking that we're going to trade up, go through here, take this one out and get all of these and start eating the singles. That would be my suspicion, right? Not that it hasn't played out all day that way, but I'm always kind of thinking, well, is this where it's going to turn? And there's your high volume bar down here and going up into this. And I don't know what to think here. I suppose if I followed my plan and ate my dog food, I would say that this is a balanced a balanced profile. And so I would expect to be an IB failure. But we've had 1, 2, this would be the third one. The VPOC is migrated higher. And as you mentioned, those singles up here in this low volume area. And, points north would make me taking this short would give me pause for taking a short. Also, it's 12 o'clock. The noon hour. You will probably find it interesting to tune into that at the buzzer thing with Paul and Jay. Paul is an old floor trader, a white guy from somewhere. Jay is a black fellow from New York, young guy, seems to be real sharp and a real nice guy. I think the professional job that he had prior was been a basketball coach. And now we go, do that. I mean, what does it hurt? Take your 5 minutes. And it's at a convenient time. It's after the market closes, so you don't have to hold on. I'm going to sneeze. Another one of those TopStep things, if you're interested at night, is called Slow Markets with Coach Dakota. At the 1930 Central Standard Time. If you want to watch pure supply and demand, no indicators, no nothing, 5 minute or whatever chart, and makes money hand over fist. And they trade live on TV, on the screen, So that's one thing I'll say for it. There is full accountability there. And he's successful like crazy. And from time to time, he won't be on tonight because it's Friday night. But I think At the Buzzer is on Friday night. And then Dakota starts on Sunday night, was his first. He calls it Slow Markets. It's also one of those ones over there you can find. The good part about him, that I found refreshing, or for me, was it's not during the trading day, right? So, and it's a different perspective, and I'm always looking for something. I'm always looking for any perspective that I think might simplify my life and make money. And you can't get any simpler than the way that Dakota guy trades. Primarily the NQ and lately some gold. Thousands of dollars a day. In some cases. Well, I'm definitely tempted to take along here. Except for the time of day. Except for the time of day. And the NQ's coming up through the top too. I'm just spooked here with the possibility of some random tweet thing coming out. And they have not been good. I can't think of one since November that has had the market go up. You know what I mean? So I'm a little bit spooked at that idea. I'm thinking about a long here, looking for that scale just above the previous IB high. But we haven't made much ground before. I don't know. And noon always, 12 o'clock hour always spooks me. Well, a big buy there, and what's that mean? Means I'm going to be pissed I wasn't long, I suppose. Damn it. Damn it, Janet. There was the scale.
submitted. Order submitted.
Well, I got left at the altar, I guess, here. That's pretty disappointing. Only in that I would be almost scaled at this point. There's got to be a stop or two above these highs and this big string of singles here in the low volume node. I suppose we're going to go blasting through there now, and I was just left, my order was left behind. Maybe that's a sign, huh? Pretty darn disappointing there. That's for sure. Order left behind. Isn't that disappointing? And only because this is an IB continuation trade, in keeping with my only vetting IB trades. Granted, mind you, that the last two have been failures. Or maybe this is a blessing in disguise. I'm always apprehensive around in the noon hour. You never know. I think this is a job for more water. Oh, looky there. So I shouldn't be so disappointed, huh? At that missed trade, missed entry. Now's another opportunity. Do I try to put that on? Or do I think we're going to go the other way? I don't know why I have this desire to go long. And I just walk in, and by the time I look at that, make up my mind, grab the mouse, it's going the other way. Huh. They did it again, huh? Wow. Well, I missed it once. I hesitated twice. No possibility of a VPOC migration anytime soon. We've got to we got to double these. that liquidity lifted off, and then they keep stacking and pulling there at 10.
Order submitted. Order submitted.
I need to be at that 6 level in order to get my scale in here. Unfortunately, I've missed twice now. Well, the NQ is leading the charge here to the downside, so I'm not going to be too upset about the fact that I missed those entries. Coupled with the fact that Trump is going to be having a media opportunity here before too long. If I'm not mistaken, he's come to Texas to try to change the negative spin on that terrible flooding disaster. Okay. And the NQ is just marching down and leading the way. I'm going to have to be a patient boy and also be on the alert for the fact that a big thunder lightning event is coming through. Well, we're getting dangerously close to diddling in the middle over here, aren't we? Yep, we are. I just went out to the kitchen there, and there was a mom and the cats had a intervention and insist that I go take a shower. So that's probably going to happen for too long. And then what's going to happen next is I'll need to check my eyes for leaks probably for a little bit. Well, there was one, two buck a shoe. There's two reasons. I guess I'm glad I didn't get taken out. But my thinking here was that I was within the rotational area to get scaled. So, yeah. Yeah, it's serious when the cats won't play with you. Like the old expression, I'm sure you've heard it undoubtedly, but you tell somebody that your folks used to have to tie a pork chop around your neck to get the dog to play with you when you were a little kid. Yeah, I'm always really wary of the 12-to-1 story. Yeah, exactly. You can see where I had two resting orders here and didn't get taken and took them back off again, of course, when they got up here. But what's going to happen now? I don't know. Here in this 12-to-1, and the NQ took it all the way down to the VWAP and now turned it around. And of course, any of these areas where you, in hindsight, you're scaled and you're fat and happy. I'm very tempted to still want to do this IB continuation, and I'm not sure why. I guess all this conversation about that string of singles up there's got me anxious. At the moment now, we don't really have any to speak of, I should say. Taper at the top. If you look at it in IRT, it looks like a guy with his head cut off, or over here on the market profile. Oh, man. And it's been a rotational day. It's been mean reversion, and we had two IB failures, which I didn't take. The first one is the one I should have taken, and I didn't. And now I'm over here, desperately trying to scratch out a trade, or at least desperately thinking about that. Gone 1 o'clock, basically, on a Friday afternoon. So I maybe have to be content with the fact that I've had a relatively okay week. And these deals here, I don't know what to do with. My wife has decided a new plan to kill me by feeding me to death. She's the best cook I ever bumped into, except a better cook than my mom, actually. My mom didn't have the time because we were just the three of us running the ranch. So she was working a lot, but again, it's baking up a sort of sourdough bread and croissant and baguette, and now she just brings me in a sealed up thing full of homemade biscotte. Oof. Boy, would I like to throw one on there and then just have it go blasting up through the top, and I'd feel like I was a pretty big shot. Yeah, they're up to something. There's no question about it. And I think it's probably going to go up through there. But I've had this order, and I didn't put one down here, too close to the POC. But yeah, exactly. Wouldn't you think they could get through this 140 orders up here at the, and that there, and also for me, quite surprising, there wasn't a buttload of stops up there. But I certainly don't know the intricacies of the market, apparently. The NQ has turned around now, so that might have some bearing on the subject.
Order submitted.
See if that gets hit. I don't know why that's doing that. Hmm. Looks to me like somebody's got a real axe to grind up here. I'm probably better off keeping my nose out of it. And I am fully expecting that this is going to just blow off one direction or the other here pretty quick. Don't forget that 1 o'clock is just sneaking around the corner here in about 9 minutes or 8 minutes. So, yeah, there's that. And I've had these orders, any one of them, well, this one or this one, might have been scaled, would have been stopped. Would it have been scaled? Not quite. Yeah, just scaled now. No, not quite. Almost. That's all you need, or that's all I need. This was just too close of a spot for me to be at the, just above the POC. Why wouldn't they just jump down there and grab all those stops below there? Because every one of these dorks is looking for a long has got stops down here somewhere. And now it's a chase, which is not a game I play well. And if I'm not mistaken, Trump starts his media opportunity in about at the top of the hour. Oh, well. He who hesitates is lost, eh? That must have been made up by a trader, I guess. At this point, for me to put on a trade would just be gambling. And I've 1, 2, 3 tries and didn't get it, so. And that, of course, does not prevent it from just rocketing one way or the other at 1 o'clock. And the NQ is back up to the POC and just below the IB high. They're loading some liquidity up here above us. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, about 600 contracts laying up above here somewhere. And had I hit any one of these, I'd be feeling pretty clever. Trevor, I'd be a clever Trevor here. You know, there's more stops you can shake a stick at right up here above that high at about 10 from all day. Breakout trades are not something I can do, or momentum, because that, for me, in my mind, the way I'm thinking at that point, it's a FOMO. So I have an error code for that. And I realize it's a valid trade idea for a lot of people, but not me. I'm pretty disappointed, though. Look at them laying in there. I doubt if I'll get an opportunity here anymore. That was probably there was my big one. There was my second big one. And then these are tries, but no cigar. And here comes the world famous 1 o'clock in a minute. Oops, sorry about hitting the mic. Boom there. That's probably noisy. Waves things happen around here. What is that? Oh, okay. Will she pop the top? I'm guessing yes. Right at 1 o'clock. Isn't that something? Funny, huh? Who says this is a random environment? Not nearly the volume up here that I would have expected. Well, look at here. If it isn't the pajama queen. Yeah, see, everybody just everybody's talking. Okay, now what? I still believe that this whole Trump media opportunity could turn into a shit show based on, I mean, it's about the flood victims and all of that, but you know, any opportunity to, you know, insult Jerome Powell or whatever else seems to be where he goes. So let's hope not. Let's hope that he stays focused on, you know, what's really his job as a president is to help people in a horrible time like this. Let's hope. Rope it up. Come on, baby. Get on down here. Well, I'm sorry I didn't get that one. And I didn't chase it, but, you know, pretty close. And only had to do another tick right here, and we'd have been in the deal. And down here we go. And what do we do? Here. I'll be frank, I have no clue what to do at this point. NQ's flattening out and pulling back below the their IB. So yeah, I think I'm going to take my intervention advice here and grab something to eat, my eyes, have a shower. Have a great trade. I'll be back after a bit. And yeah, there's, regrets, but there are no lost opportunities. There is only the next opportunity. That's something to remember. That glass is more than half full. Well, that didn't ever make that pop out of the IB high, huh? Looky there. Okay, well, that was a nice nap, I gotta say. Oh, nice. Great. Here we go again. Oh. Yeah. Another one of these failures, I guess, huh? There. And there again. Cool. Well, I conked out. I must have needed it. Oh, wow. 1,500 already. Holy smokes. Yeah, well, good for you. They really defended this upper level. I'm surprised. Only got up a little bit here. This was a beauty here. All right, well, and so ends the trading week. Well, look at there. I'm way behind on all my little VPOC migrations here and everything. No closing swing trade, no nothing. And how about really, really small market on close orders too? It's amazing. Very, very amazing. These have been in the last weeks have been over over 1 billion. Let's just see if I won't see one because it's been a slow week, but yeah. Work on balance very small. That pops through here at 1450. All right. Well, no worries, man. Chat all you want. It's nice to have some interaction. Absolutely. It's fine with me. Have yourself a great weekend. I'm going to be typically close the stream down here at 15. Usually I'm not gone out like a light for an hour and a half, but at 1500. And then I will be back on my machines and everything Sunday evening, and the stream will fire back up again on Monday at 8 o'clock in the morning, Central Standard Time. I'm contemplating a night moves or slow market or ETH, small ETH stream also, because I've been looking at ETH, has some tradable maneuvers, moves in it lately. And I have a commitment not to take any trades off the stream. So if I do that, it will be, then that's what it'll be. So if you happen to hit the like or subscribe for sure, so you can get notified if you're interested. But other than that, yeah. And interesting day, huh? Boom. Boom. They really stuck to their guns around this, in this lower, by keeping it out of this lower distribution in value from yesterday. Absolutely. That's pretty incredible. Pretty incredible. Look at that. They never let it get back in there enough to do any damage, really. What did the NQ do? Wow. All right. Well, Have a great weekend. Get outside, do something for yourself, do something for your family. Get your eyes off the screens. And what I do is I have all of my machines and stuff set on a 7-day pause for updates and things with Windows. And then I will do all of that stuff tomorrow. I refresh, redo the updates, and then set those all to pause again for 7 days on Sundays. And I restart all the machines and everything ahead of the Sunday evening opening. That works out pretty well so that there's no unexpected, nothing worse than being in the middle of doing something and have Windows suddenly start wanting to restart or something. Not that that's going to happen, but certainly, I think Lefty or somebody had a problem with that last week. Anyway, so that's what I do there. Disappointingly, didn't catch anything today, which is too bad, and yesterday. Day before that was a nice trade. I was pleased with that, 60 ticks. So that worked out really well. Yeah, I don't have Discord, so maybe figure out something about that one of these days. Or maybe, I don't know. I don't know how to do Discord really. I'd never been in one in my life until I got in the TLab, and also now there's one on Static. But yeah, I'll have to check into it. But yeah, have a great one. Have a great weekend and good trade. Hope it worked out good for you. I'm sorry that I didn't. I only need 1 or 2 trades a day, and I'm pretty happy about life, and that's what I need to be, is consistent. So let's see now. There's the trading day. There's the entire trading session. Doesn't look like much when you see it all wadded up like that. And you imagine all the drama and tears and excitement and everything that went into that with everybody and big money made and lost. This is quite a dramatic move here. This V maneuver down here to the, I'm sure without question that Rod and company did a mid flip and a V reversal here at any point along here and went long. I would bet money on it. I'll have to go look at Static later, but I would bet money on that. So have a great one, and yeah, you too, man. Take care of yourself. All the best. Either Sunday night or for sure Monday morning at 0800 Central Standard Time.